Okay, let's try that again. I think people can actually hear me now. Why the heck that's not working, I have no idea. Ugh, did Microsoft reset its sound settings again? It might have. No. Alright, then. Alright, let's try this again. So, welcome on in, everybody. I am, of course, just in case the microphone, you know, cut out at a weird point while I was starting everything up, I'm just gonna real quick run through the subscribers and the patrons. I want to thank the two gentlemen there for their time and money so incredibly much. It means more than words can say. If and I'm being quite honest. I explained what happened last time, but just in case, we basically concluded a few quests, got access to the second DLC. As well, we also managed to find the last great fairy, so now any of the fairies can upgrade our clothes at any time, which is just great, absolutely fantastic. We will have many sessions of grinding required to get the gear, like, up to snuff. I might put a little bit of a mini vote on that, because I'm like curious to see what our folks think about the grinding. I think we're gonna end up with somewhere along the... I see that rock right there. I definitely think we're gonna end up with I'm having to think about which Korok seed I would like to visit next. Probably maybe this one up here. And of course I'll update the count later. I forgot, I did the streamer... Oh no, right, I remember. I think we're gonna end up with people not really giving two hoots about whether or not the grinding is even included. Which I mean, I would be fine if I were freed from needing to show that. That would be nice, because I don't think people care. But there's some people, there are a number of people out there, I happen to have had some of them in my friend groups at various points, who definitely did not, they didn't want to be cheated out of the process. Okay, so now we gotta figure out which one of these patterns. Is there one that's like 5 blocks high? They're both like 5 blocks high. Or like 4.5. It's gonna be, just gonna start hovering the block around, I suppose. Maybe it's that one right here? Yeah, okay, I was like, there's like a funny T shape in one of them, and there's not in the other. Makes sense. Okay. Next one. It's like... probably up here, like right over here-ish somewhere. I know I'm going about this rather weird, but I think at the end, if I stick with it and trust in the process, we really will get all of the Korok seeds. I would really hate to have to, like... I would really hate to have to wander all over Hylia's green creation trying to find things. Okay, we're just gonna drift over like this. Oh, hello. Yeah, we're just gonna have our regular arrows ready. Oh, we're gonna have to, like, get an ancient bow, aren't we? Yes, sirree, might have to do that. Oh, there's gotta be, like, a spring or a gear. Yeah, that's what I thought would probably be the case. Now, there are gonna be dust storms up here. I mean, it looks like there's possibilities for dust storms. Man, don't be in dust storms if you can help it, especially if you wear glasses. You know, having sand fly, you know, right under your eye and making you, like, swat your face every which way, looking for the piece of grit to get out of your eye. Yeah, it's not fun. That's not fun at all. Ah, yes, give me more of this, please. Real treasure trove, this. And a rock. You need a big-ass rock. Maybe something like a cinder block would be better.
Oh, give it a rest.
Let's delete the pin. Okay. Okay, we have that one. It's like the between part. That's like right here. We don't have the Korok seeds that are on the plateau. So this, I think there's like one that's over in that general direction. Could see that guardian down there. We don't need him. You just make sure I really know which one. Okay, it's like, it's actually like closer to here. Oh, there's a metal puzzle. Like a cube puzzle. Nice. Is there a metal cube somewhere I should be worried about? Maybe. Thank goodness. Okay, so it's gonna be one of the big ones. I already know right where this is. It's like this one right here. Yay! And now our next one's like up here somewhere. So I hope everyone's been eating delicious food as of recently. You know, just something to like... You know, lots of stuff sucks in this like time period. Lots of... drop down. I'm just gonna wait here while they, like, stop looking this way. No, back down. Nice. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh, we kind of need to be out here anyway. Well, that happened. HE double hockey sticks. I need to get the one from the Pinocchio 2025 movie. Like, that's freaking fantastic. Also, I'm pretty sure I marked the wrong area. It's, like, down there. Yeah, I can see the pinwheel. It's literally right there. It's gonna be... right there. And... right there. Nice. Nice! Excellent, excellent work. That's one of ya. There's two of you. And I know I heard a coyote in the background. No! Get up there! One. Yeah, I'm gonna let them poof. Nice. Durability and arrows, I'm afraid. Durability and arrows. And now I know those coyotes are somewhere. Where do I see them? I know they're down there. Okay, where's our next one at? There's one there. There's one there. I think we're back to, like, the Mesa area. Okay, let's go there. Got that one. There's what I could see another one. Let's go to the one that's obvious first. So, here's a question I can ask. Has anyone ever been to the Great Canyon? I haven't, but I have folks who have, and they've brought back pictures. Like the Grand Canyon, you know, between the United States and Mexico, that Grand Canyon. Usually a fun time. Just don't get mauled by, like, the, I forget if it's cougars? I don't think it's jackal. That's not the correct word I'm looking for. There's, like, the mountain lion, the puma lion. Let's not aggro the thing if we can at all help it. Ooh, there's a blood moon coming up. Neat. The blood moon?
The blood moon rises once.
I jest. We've done this song and dance so many times before, it's not even funny. There's one. Oh, there's another one. Wait, where are the extra fangs? Oh, they're up there. Makes sense. Nice. It's been a long week. I don't know why I'm already, futzing around being low energy like I am. I really don't know. I had food. I mean, the only thing I could really go for is like a cup of coffee, but I'm just a sucker for a good cup of coffee. Okay, we just need to go this way. And I want to say there's like something in the middle here. Why is every undead creature under the sun trying to kill me? Oh, I know why. They're Ganon's minions. Like, why else? But at some point, don't you think Calamity Ganon might realize, oh, we need to complete a pattern here, not put it in the center. We need to do this. That didn't take that long. This next one's like back up there. I say there like that's super helpful. It's like here-ish. Let me just make no, yeah, it is on the cliff face. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not on the cliff face and I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I overthought it. Alright. Our next one is like... I apparently did not fix the pin. Let's delete that. We don't need it. Let's put that over here, and that should be sufficient for our purposes. in just a short space of time, we've gotten like 4 or 5 of them. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm flabbergasted that we've come, it feels like we've come so far for the purposes of 100% completion, but yet it simultaneously feels like you've gone nowhere and have done nothing, which I know couldn't be further from the truth, but the games like these they do a good job of, you know, retaining their sense of scope even as you get closer to completing them, you know? I'm gonna take a second and just kind of rest, and then proceed to collect these swift violets. There we go. Not too bad. Yeah, games like these do, like, the well-designed open-world games do retain the, like, massiveness and sense of scope. You know, as you continue filling out the map and doing more and more and more things in it. This game apparently had enough going for it that people opted to go ahead and put down or use a meteor rod thing. Yeah, it's suddenly cold. It is heat resistance. This one is cold resistance. Okay. Ah, we are back in the chilly environs of the snowy mountains. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Another one of these, eh? Okay, we got that. Yeah, this one was just, like, off map at the time. Okay. So, let's see now. Probably up at the top. There's, like, this looks like a tree. And I think things are going to be up at the top of said tree. There we go. I've enjoyed our time together with Breath of the Wild. I really truly have. We've not yet gotten to the part where we can kind of reflect on our, we can't have reflected on our journey yet. We haven't really gotten to the point where we can say that we've completed it yet. We're marching toward the end, but the end isn't there yet. It's not there yet. I can't wait for it, though. I can't wait until you guys probably vote in Tears of the Kingdom or something along those lines and ask me to play. And I will play. Like, absolutely. I would say the 100% experience, I think it's been a roller coaster. I think the game is, I think Breath of the Wild is great. And I truly do believe that it is a cult classic, or a modern day cult classic that absolutely is kind of a must play. But the 100% experience does definitely lose some people, mainly for the Koroks. At least this game has the decency to limit the amount of, like, maps it uses. Okay, so we got a problem. We need to... Okay, so we have these snowballs. And what we need to probably do is not melt them out of position immediately. What? We're running out of food. Oof. Yeah, we're gonna have to cook some real soon. Yeah, we can't hold out anymore. We gotta use this. I thought it was gonna have something to do with the snowballs. Man, the picking up the rock was boring. They should have used although watch the snowballs actually come back into effect for, like, the come into effect for, like, the shrine or whatever. Okay. Okay, but, like, why? I don't suppose we have a quest for anything like this. No, not exactly. Read the mountain peak log? Sure. This is a log of my findings concerning the shrine that sleeps on a snowy Gerudo peak. Okay. Day 1. I come to the snowy mountain intending to find the ancient shrine that was written about in an old text. The shrine slumbers near the pedestal on a snowy Gerudo peak. I believe I've arrived at the pedestal mentioned in the passage. Day 7. It's been 7 days since I arrived at the pedestal mentioned in the ancient texts. Unfortunately, I'm eating through my food provisions more quickly than I anticipated. On a brighter note, I have found an explanation in the source text that may be the key to this riddle. When the snowy mountain pedestal glows, cast a cold shadow onto its core. I noticed a faint glow to the pedestal for a short while each day, but how to cast a cold shadow onto its core. It seems that this calls for further research here. Day, I've lost count. I can feel that I'm a hair's breadth away from unlocking the secrets hidden within the pedestal. I'm certain that casting and cold refer to using a specific type of shadow, but I've run out of food entirely, and I doubt now that I ever had the tools to do the job, whatever they might be. Secret hidden in the pedestal nestled in the snow-capped peaks. When the snowy mountain pedestal glows, cast a cold shadow onto its core. Cold shadow, does that mean, like, standing watch? A cold shadow. Oh, like... A cold shadow. Oh, do you need to make a snowman? Is that what's gotta happen? I think the water is intended to, like, blunt the impact. I'm pretty sure we're making a snowman. Right? I don't think I'm... Let's go ahead and save. So that we can try some stuff out. And I also don't know when the pedestal might be glowing. Because I don't think it's... I definitely do not think that it's going to be... I definitely don't think it's just going to be one of those, oh, put Cryonis in front, like, in front of where the pedestal is. That would be super, like, cheap. There we go. Move. All right, then.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Oh, a certain time of day. Okay, it's got to be above noon. We got time to do this then. The only reason I could think of that the water would be there... The only reason I could think of the water would be there is so I can, like... I need to, like, knock this out of the way temporarily. Nice! Let's get the little one out of there. Cast a cold shadow. I mean, I feel like I should look this up. But I'm like 90% confident that that's what we're talking about here is... Where is my phone? Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go locate my phone, and in the meantime, I am gonna play a 30-second. Actually, let me make sure that the BRB screen is like in the correct spot. Okay, it looks like it is. Good. All right. Gonna run that ad while I find my phone. It'll probably take less than 5 seconds once I get up and do it, but just in case it's longer than that, I will be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. It did take me probably about 20 seconds to go find the phone. I know what to do. Oh, you're a frozen one. Yeah, no thank you. Pretty sure this is what we're supposed to do. Although we have to, like... No. Oh. Yeah, it... Ooh, piece of amber. Well, we have, like... 2-ish hours until... we have to, like... until we don't have any more time to do this, and we'll have to come back another day. What I don't know is how big the boulder can be. Until you're unable to lift it anymore. It actually has to pick up momentum, or you're not gonna have any snow pile on it. It's probably one that's this big. All right, and now we sit. And we wait until this pedestal glows. It's supposed to happen around 3:45 to like 4:45 p.m. Because if it's got to cover the whole platform, I'm gonna be upset. Yeah. Okay. I was worried I wasn't gonna get that. Hey there, Michael Diaz. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are things over in your little slice of the earth? Hopefully well. Hopefully things are good at your little slice of the planet we call terra firma. We are in the midst of cleaning up Koroks and getting the few shrines that, well, not necessarily a few shrines that are left. I think we've got quite a few left to go, but we got 818 of these things. Like, we're cleaning up toward the end, and I think we're actually doing a pretty good job of that, all things considered. Won't be that won't be that long before, you know, we can say bye-bye to the seed counter and never have to worry about it ever again. I am gonna leave the Moonlight Scimitar here. Actually, I'm gonna drop it in the, I'm gonna drop it in the overworld and leave it there. We don't need it. Oh, I guess it could be a cheap weapon until we find a sledgehammer. Maybe I shouldn't be so dismissive of our finds. I definitely feel I might like start up the process for making a cup of coffee during our first break, which and if in case, and what time is it there in the United States? In my part of the United States, it is 1:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Trying to think of I'm pretty sure it would be like. I'm trying to think of the what like how far from the universal timeline we are, like time zone. Hang on. I know we're like I think it's -4 GMT. We are 4 hours behind the coordinated universal time. Do you believe that here where you live it's the same time? I could. You said you're from Brazil, right?
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned you were from Brazil before. So, I mean, that does check out. I mean, and if not, you know, those that are in, you know, the like the Southern Americas, yeah, like Brazil would be about where the time zones would line up. But I could believe that. Ah, it's yet another rock. It's nice to have one of these every so often. Yes, but in your city, it's not the Brazilian time. Do the Brazilians have like just a separate? Hold on. Ah, okay. So yeah, the Brasilia time zone So you're the Brasilia time zone is an hour ahead of us. Yeah, so you're like, yeah, that makes sense. I also made sure I looked that up and everything. It's yeah, I can imagine Brazil has a few different time zones. You've got the Brasilia one, you've got the Eastern Standard Time, and then probably Central Standard Time. I'm trying to remember how. I know the United States is like 4 different time zones. You've got Eastern Standard Time, Central Standard Time, Mountain Standard Time, and you got the Pacific. You know, presuming you're not in like Hawaii or Alaska where the time zones are different. Like almost the full country time zone here is like 1 hour ahead. I guess you must be in the portion of you might be in a portion of it that's not. That's cool. Let's go ahead and grab this Korok seed we're that much closer to not having to look at the counter anymore. Before the break starts, I'm gonna go ahead and tell people we do have an ad break coming up. It'll be in like 3 real world minutes from now. It is 1:57 p.m. and I have it set up to start every like at the top of the hour. They are 3 minutes long if you're on Twitch, unless you've got a tier 1 subscription or better, of course. So I want to thank everybody for, hanging around with me ever so much today. I really do appreciate it. And the 3 minutes are mostly there so that I can, get up, stretch, start doing a task, so on and so on and so on. I definitely recommend that you guys also get up and stretch during the ad break. There's a timer and everything, and I should be back by the time the timer counts down fully to 0, like 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Because I hate ads, and I know everybody else hate ads. Like, they hate them a lot. But let me go ahead and just find, pretty sure it's like over here somewhere. Nope, I take that back. It's like right here. And because I hate ads so much, unless you guys are using ad blockers, in which case I don't blame you or anything. This is my way of structuring the ad break in such a way that you guys can leave and step away from your keyboards and not miss anything when you come back. The only other time I run ads is during the times where I had to go find my phone, or I'm gonna be away from my desk for more than about 10 seconds. Then I throw up an ad, but those are usually no more than 30 seconds to a minute tops. I'm very structured when it comes to the ad breaks. And I like to think that's a strength of mine, at least compared to other channels here on the lovely landscape that is Twitch. We've got less than about 60 seconds, so I just wanted to say thank you guys again for hanging out with me, and I'll see you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. I forgot to do the shilling beforehand, so I guess I'm going to do it now. You know, if you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so already, please follow the Twitch channel or subscribe to the YouTube channels, or both, ideally both. And please consider joining the Discord server. I work pretty darn hard on this thing. There are lots of resources. I recently just updated the rotating soundboard information. So if you guys are wanting to use your overtones currency to, you know, have such gems like this one,
Oh, give it a rest.
then, you know, all you have to do is type in the correct command and you'll spend your overtones. You get a certain amount of them. Depending on what rank you are, i.e., are you a Twitch follower? Are you a subscriber? Like, or you know, like a tier 1, tier 2, so on. Like, you get all kinds of different rates for overtones. It's 50 to use any of the rotating soundboard commands, and I could demo each and every one of them for you, but I think it would be better off if you read my soundboard commands channel on the Discord server. I think that would work out far better for everybody and me, because it means I'm not wasting time prattling on about features you could go read about. Sorry, just wanted to get some drink in me before continuing. We got a long way to go to Korok 800 and, what is it, 2021? Oh. Yeah, that's right. Scatter like the animals you are. Yeah, so how many, if people don't mind my asking? I don't know if you understood what you mean to say about the time zone. Brazil just has different time zones, is what you're telling me. It's a big enough country that it has multiple, and that it's different between the... It's, like, different depending on where exactly in Brazil you are. And you're in one of the states that has a different time zone compared to the rest of Brazil. Yeah, I think I got the gist of what you were saying. Depends on the states usually. Yeah, so I guess here's a question I can ask. I don't know if this... I know it's true in the U.S. We're broken up into about 51 different states. Is it the same thing for Brazil, where you have different internal regions, and they're all called something specific? Or is it more like prefectures or, like, zones, where yes, there's a different name, but that's really about it? There's no, difference between one state of Brazil compared to another, let's say. Wow, this really wants me to come into the water and melt it like this. So, like, for example, if you go to Arizona, right? Arizona in the United States, that's a whole different thing. I guess what I could do, right, is, like, do it like this. And because this is magic ice that doesn't melt, what I can do is hold a piece of wood and find a piece of flint. Did the flint just fall over? Neat. Let me not do that. Like, the culture in Arizona is, like, completely different compared to the culture in, say, I don't know, New York. Like, you wouldn't think that you're going to two different places in a country, but you totally are. I hope that's making some amount of sense. I wish it would... I mean, I shouldn't be surprised it's Slick Slidey, but, like, come on. I guess I'll just stand here and wait for it to melt. It's fine. What I could do is use up some of the charges. And, like, melt it like this. Have, like, 2 heat sources. Yeah, this makes more sense. Here, things change almost nothing between states in terms of law, just some holidays or a few specific laws. That makes sense. That makes sense. So it's more like Germany then, where like Germany is broken up into like different holds or whatever, but it like, unless you want to like start getting into regional culture, it's about the same. Yeah, the United States is quite the phenomena when it comes to, and I know where our next destination is. I see you over there. That's cool. I guess it's gotta be nice to go from one portion of your country to another and things are, you know, the same. There's no, oh, okay, here's a different group of people. They act different, they look different, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to imply that people can't be, you know, different or anything, or like regional difference is not okay, but the US is on a whole nother level when it comes to that. Like, you know, everywhere you go, you probably know everywhere you go in Brazil, you know whether or not people are going to be generally accepting of you. You're not having to, like, think about things. Okay, so there's nothing down there. Good, good. So I've missed random Koroks somewhere is what I think this is going to math out to. I guess the next one is, like, over here. Looks like it. Probably there changes because US has a lot of states. Yeah. And there's a lot of different, like, regions. Like, let me ask this. And I'm sorry that I'm, you know, playing 20 questions about your homeland. That's kind of rude. But I do appreciate you talking about it. Because it's not like I'm going to get to travel anywhere. So I'm always curious about how different regions of the world work. Different countries, different states, so on. I guess the climate in Brazil, I'm gonna guess that's also, you know, consistent throughout. You're not, like, yeah, there are different forests or whatever, but you're not gonna suddenly find yourself in a different temperature bracket or anything because you moved from one side of Brazil to the other. Although maybe that might be the case because I'm pretty sure Brazil touches an ocean, so if Brazil touches an ocean, there's bound to be some variance in temperature. But I hope people get what I'm driving at with that question. Just, the U.S. has lots of different microbiomes. We have dusty badlands. We have deciduous forests. Feel free to ask. You like to talk about it? That's cool. That's cool. I'm always... People... Thanks to, like, modern internet culture, right? People can be guarded when talking about their homeland. And I've had the question thrown back in my face. And I don't, that ice is melting. Good. We need to keep it that way. I just don't want to cross boundaries. But I really do appreciate the latitude on this. Okay. I believe that is the last of the Korok seeds that is in a snowy mountain. Let me just double check and be absolutely sure. Because we still have, like, the upper mountains as well to do. I'm almost positive there's at least some things we have not yet grabbed out of the top end of the mountains. Got that one. Yeah, there's a couple of Korok seeds in, like, this area. Speaking of, we could start by doing that. And maybe going back to the tower. Because here in the East Coast of the United States, it's really stormy. It's really humid. I mean, I guess we're also striated by how close to the poles we are. Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, you know, places toward an ocean are understandably, you know, more. They're not temperate. Their weather, like, considerably varies. Also, I entirely missed how many Korok seeds we have. I should totally go double check that. Whereas, you know, like Washington State, 822. Okay. Let's see if I got the right number. I did. Good. It's like consistently cold toward Washington State or Vermont or Maine, because, you know, that shares those states kind of are closer to Canada, and Canada's kind of an almost perpetually cold place. The United States. I was trying to combine the United States and the U.S. in, like, one word. That really wasn't going to work out too great for me. And let me also go ahead and put back on the correct garb, because I don't like making bunches and bunches and oodles of noise at night. Oh, I'm so tempted to go the way of geopolitics, but I'm going to resist that today. I had a chance to get all real-worldly Thursday, and for the record, I do intend to talk about that in the Discord later today. I just wanted some time to kind of sit, stew, and ruminate on things. I enjoyed, like, me personally, I enjoyed looking at gender war stuff, because I think there's a lot that people can learn about it, and it will affect us sooner or later as, like, a whole species. It absolutely will. Okay, that guy is just gonna go down there, and I am totally fine if he stays there. I don't even think about it. Don't even think about it, Sir Lizalthos. Oh, and I'm hearing the other Lizalthos is what's going on. I just lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me, at some point, I'm sure. Let me go ahead and read comments here, and let me just double check that, YouTube has not moved. It is not. The weather here doesn't change a lot, but if you go to the south of Brazil, it's colder. Some states are more humid. Yeah, so it's like, it's very much a latitude thing, right? The closer to the poles you get, the colder it tends to be. And that, like, checks out. It really, truly does. I guess it's just always nice to talk about the individual levels of variance on that, right? Like, it isn't that varied in Brazil because there's not as much latitude that it's covering. Whereas in the United States, you need to break it down by state. You need to break it down by sometimes what season it's in, what time zone it's in, and we haven't even touched the seasons. Even the seasons are like different between between the I'm pretty sure this one's like up here somewhere, because here in like the deep south, as I sometimes people like to say it, sometimes here in the deep south there is no spring, there is no fall, there is only summer or only winter. It is only hot or occasionally ice cold. And ice cold for like 2 to 3 months, and then the rest of the time it's like hot, humid. It's not the desert or anything, but I mean, it's still hot. And not like the desert's not cold or anything. But the temperature, at least the desert has more variance. It's either, it could be hot or it's cold. There's like, how do we word this? I'm not that worldly of a person, although I have studied the sciences. You know that the climes always have this range, right? Like, you're aware that the temperate zones have a range, the desert has a range, the mountains have a range. But hot damn if that range doesn't pass by so quick that you hardly notice the periods where it's like between being hot or cold, right? And you don't even really think about the times where it's temperate. If you live in a place that's just that's not the correct one. You don't hardly ever think about the times where it's in between. You're used to it being at the extremes. That's kind of what it's like here in the southeastern US. And forget any notion of what dry means, especially if you're in like Georgia or Florida. Forget any amount of dry. Your stuff, you don't know what sweating feels like sometimes. Sorry for any English errors. Some phrases you struggle to correctly write or say. No worries. No worries at all. I bungle English a fair bit, and I'm a native speaker. That's why I do my best to try to interpret what is said as though correct English had been spoken or had been typed, so that there's no like confusion. Sometimes I need to read things as they're typed so I know how to parse them, but generally I'm fairly good at being able to, infer what the sentence was supposed to be and just write it that way. It helps with clarity when people are watching the VODs, among other things. And then Michael Diaz goes on to say, bro, here where you live is very, very hot. Yeah, Brazil is very hot. I know that for certain. And I bet it's also super humid, isn't it? Because it's lots of jungles, lots of rainforests, lots of like... Where is... I'm looking at the right place, right? Oh, because of course not. It starts somewhere. Okay. Alright, I bet there's a flower poking around, and I need to find where that flower is. Where is it? I bet it's on the outside. Ah, yes, here it is. I think one folk or another has returned home. Which is what I heard barks about. I don't think anyone heard the barking, but if anyone did, my apologies. The dachshunds are loud, and the Labrador, as the black lab, who is used to being around dachshunds, is of course also very loud as a result. Labradors are like a malleable pack dog. If they're surrounded by if they're like a lone lab in and among a lot of different other kinds of the same dog, like all beagles, all dachshunds, all miniature dachshunds, all chihuahuas, all Great Danes, so on. They'll try to act just like them. they'll try to act just like them. It's like it's a very, very funny phenomenon. Okay, let's go ahead. I know what I was looking for. Bet it's up there. Yep. It really depends on the state. Okay, that makes sense. Like, your state is very dry, but Manaus, I hope I'm probably not. Manos? Where did the flower go? Uh-oh, I need to find where the flower is. I promise I'll comment on that. Okay, it's up there. Good. I thought I would spot it eventually. It's next to the Amazonia, and so there's humid. It's humid and it rains more than here. Makes sense. Hey there, Bear Type on YouTube. Well, welcome on in. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You came in just in time. We are winding down the Koroks. We've only got 78 of them left to go, and we're commenting on Brazil. Michael DS is giving us very good education on the country of Brazil. I quite enjoy it. Yeah, there's quite a few that's like on the canal. Did we get most of them? No. No, we did not. Okay, so there's just like a string of 6 or like 5 or 6 that we can get right here. Okay, next one I think is here-ish. It'll come in a bit, no problem. Take your time. And of course, if you can't ever make it for some reason, that's also totally fine. Life works in mysterious ways sometimes. You never know what's gonna set you back or, you know, cause you to go off course. You never really quite know. But I appreciate the visit anyway. I really do mean that. What do you think about your English? Yeah, there really aren't a whole bunch of mistakes in there. I mean, am I doing a lot? There's like punctuation stuff. So, for example, what do you think about my English should have a question mark there, not a comma? Or you could put a semicolon instead. I'll type that out in just a second so there's no confusion. But other than punctuation, which is stuff that even native speakers are very lazy about in text, that's it. As far as like actually communicating your ideas, I'm used to not having punctuation. In all honesty, a lot of people on Twitch or on mobile, and they're like auto-completing sentences and stuff, and so punctuation is just like the first thing to go. I think it's impeccable, and it's way better than what I hear some native speakers, like people who have English as a native language. There are some people that when I see them write or type, I'm like, what did you say? How much of this was on autocomplete? How much misspelling was there? Oh, your English is great. And I really want you to know that I mean that as like a compliment. There's no, I don't mean that as like a patronizing thing. I really, really don't. Because I think it's real easy. Hello. And what I don't know is, oh, you know what? I think I know what these want. Normally these statues want like durians or apples or something. What if these ones want bananas? I think these ones want bananas. Let's try. Ah, intuition and learning about the Yiga pays off. It really does. I'm definitely going to have to hold on to my bananas now, because there's probably going to be quite a few of these little offering arenas like all over the place. And they're all going to ask for bananas. Yep, look, here's another one. Clockwork. And I suppose when it comes to, like, English, right? Because English is a hard language. It's, where's this next one at? I think it's, like, here, and I'm pretty sure there's yet another spot for bananas. I think that would just make the most sense. Probably that right up there. The only reason I like to think that I know my English and letters as much as I do is because as someone who was once a STEM major, like I have degrees in biology and everything. I just wish I, actually had a doctorate to go with it or a master's to go with it. Oh, I forgot to go back and get that banana. I'll have to do that. That is incorrect, Link, and you bloody well know it. In the sciences, specifically as it relates to chemistry and physics, you need to be able to not just, like, regurgitate things. You need to be able to synthesize new sentences out of the facts you were already given, if that's making any sense. You don't have time to just, like, look up every word that you're gonna say. You don't have time to, like, double and triple check the thesaurus, because the thesaurus ain't gonna help you when you're trying to put together sentences that no one has ever spoken before. ChatGPT ain't gonna help you, but so much either. Or Grammarly, or any of these other sites. So you have to get real practiced at writing tons of lab reports, tons of papers, all the time. You write just as much as an English major does. The only difference is that you're not writing entertaining stuff. I put 30 milliliters of hydrochloric acid in a test tube. Then I added 5 milliliters of hexanes through filter paper. Obviously, when you're talking about writing for the sciences, you don't even use the words I or me. There's certain things you don't use. You don't include people. That's like a whole different, level of writing compared to normal. Most English papers don't have any problems with, like, tensing, or, like, it's usually context specific. In the sciences, You don't write about people unless you're citing work or something, like you're citing a research paper. If you're talking about you and your team, you never write about them. It's just about the process. It's about what happened, what were the results, what were the conclusions. That's it. Just the facts, chat, period. Going back to the chat for a minute. Just making sure. Yeah, you got it. You do mistakes on punctuation, even in Portuguese sometimes. Makes sense. Well, you know what they say, and I think this is true no matter what language you're talking about, right? Punctuation is always, like, the first thing to go in English. Or I'm sorry, not just in English, but anywhere. Because people can put in punctuation where they want. People often or sometimes speak in run-on sentences. For those that were there Tuesday when we were watching, like, the Shilon Head stuff, oh my god. The amount of times men and women would speak in a run-on sentence because they were angry, or just, like, spam really short, no punctuation, all caps sentences was mind-boggling. Especially the I love you and miss you followed by I'm gonna stab myself in the chest to psychologically manipulate you. That was like textbook. You could tell that people are definitely not caring about their spelling, punctuation, and grammar. My goodness. The shoe on head videos were really just something else. I enjoyed them, but I have learned from what people have generally expressed sentiments on and or what people have generally not said. And I will not be repeating that next week. People can put faith in their words on in my words on that, excuse me. But anyone who's worried about their, like, I would ask the same questions of people if I were speaking Italian. Like, Italian is the language that I use Duolingo for. It's the one I kind of know. I am thinking of trying to find new apps, though, that do a better job. And, you know, just not support the bird, the owl. I'm pretty sure it's like right here-ish. Yeah, so if we like... I think I know what it's gonna ask us to do. Wow, I'm surprised that updraft actually went through the rock. What was I saying? I would be asking the same questions of other people if I were coming in and, you know, attempting to speak. A good Twitch associate of mine, her name is Axel LPS. She sometimes stops by here, and she speaks French. And so, like, I'm thinking, if I were to try to learn French and speak it in her Twitch streams, I would probably look like an idiot. For doing so, I would constantly be asking, oh, is my tense correct? Is my form correct? And even if I got it all correct, my speaking would be very formal. It's just... Language is one of these really cool things that's... The media would have you believe... What is this? Why is this here? That I just randomly bumped into another quest. Hello. If you seek power untold, offer a shining blue stone. I know it's gonna ask for it's gonna ask for luminous stones. I know at least that much. Easy peasy. Of course, it depends on the frequency. I probably should be practicing other languages. I really do want to leave the US. I don't like where things are going. But I don't even really have like a half solid plan for where I'm going. And speaking other languages would kind of open some doors for me. At least I would think so. And of course, I know what everyone is gonna say. You know, you should learn Spanish, because in the Americas, Spanish and Portuguese will, you know, open lots of doors for you. It'll even open doors for you. Especially when it comes to human services. But at the same time, though, lots of things are going the way of the dodo bird in the US, and perhaps multi-languages will be one of them. I don't know. Your mom wants to learn Italian as well. Awesome. Yeah, Italian's a very, very melodic language. The words are very beautiful. Italian opera is some of the finest in the world. Or just like, yeah, French and Italian both they lend themselves to singing really well. They're very musical languages. It's awesome. Maybe you will as well after English. Ooh, sounds fun. If you two do take up learning Italian, you'll, you know, if you want to, feel free to share your adventures in the language with me, or anyone else that'll listen for that matter. I always think that language, or like the learning of language, not so much the languages themselves, like, well, we can all agree that English, Chinese, Portuguese, and like Swahili are all very like different structural languages. But the concept of like learning what different people use to describe the same thing we're all collectively looking at. Like, everyone has different words for water. Everyone has different words for what a building is. Everyone has different words for what the internet is, even sometimes. Or you know what's a common loan word in pretty much all languages. I find the concept of like shared universal culture very interesting. It's very interesting stuff. For now, you will put your focus in English. Smart. Yeah, English is very complicated. It demands a lot of your time. Now, why on earth? Why? What's the deal with this mechanism? Okay, we're gonna... how high up does that... Alright, but is that timed? No, it's not timed. Interesting. I thought it was all going to be electric puzzles, for sure. Oh no, but what are we going to find up here? Oh, I have to do this, like, weird timing thing. Hang on. Good luck learning Italian? Oh, I haven't touched it in years, but I do appreciate the good luck nonetheless. I'll make use of it when I learn Italian or try picking up Italian again. I do want to. I just gotta find a different training app for it first, because I'm not exactly in the position to be paying for traditional Italian classes or anything. Okay, let's figure out what the heck all this is. So, what? Does this want a... Okay, but why, though? There's gonna be a trick with this puzzle, isn't there? I've not actually been in this shrine before. I think there's gonna be, like, an actual real bona fide trick. Yeah, there sure is. Okay, so what I want to do then is put this here. Not detonate that one. Instead, I would like to blow it up with a bomb arrow. And then detonate the bomb, the runic bomb with... with that mechanism right there. Now, do we have all of... Yes, we do have them all. Good, good. I was worried that that wasn't going to be the case. Sorry, I'm just checking for important communiques. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything that should be going in my email or anything. Okay, we're good. What's the right way to use by the way? You like where you put it in the middle or at the start of a sentence? I see it everywhere, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But generally, what tends to happen with by the way is it tends to be at the start of a sentence. And usually it's like, oh, by the way, comma, this thing you want to talk about. This, like, notice. Or, you start talking about this, you start talking about some subject, colon, or not colon, but semicolon, M or M dash, or comma, by the way, this other thing. Generally, the first use is more correct than the second one. The second one, what typically happens with by the way, is people create a run-on sentence with it, and they're not supposed to, where the sentence doesn't end where it should. That's what a run-on sentence means. And I mean, I'm guilty of a run-on sentence, and I don't even need to. I'm not even needing to like run into this particular gaffe I'm talking about. But people will generally, how do I word this? With by the way, and in that case of like making the run-on sentence or putting it in the middle, generally what you want to do is you want to use like a semicolon. Semicolon's like a pretty strong punctuation mark. A semicolon is one of these, by the way. Just in case anyone's like, what the heck is a semicolon? There's the symbol there. On a QWERTY keyboard, it's the second key from the enter key. And you use it to say things like, oh, I stopped by the store and got a few things, semicolon. These are what I got A, B, and C. I got all those things. A semicolon's like a semi-formal and. It's often used to put together two parts of a sentence that, yeah, to make a list. Exactly. And fun fact for anyone who notices this common thing a lot of native speakers get wrong is they use colons for lists. You don't use colons for lists. You don't use colons to start a list. There are two things you can do to start a list. You can list the item, the first item in the list, and then throw in commas. If it's a simple list with objects that are one word long, like I have oranges, comma, apples, comma, bananas, comma, and grapes. Like that's a list. You didn't need to introduce the list. You just spoke it, you just typed it out. If you said, instead, I went to visit, I don't know, St. Petersburg, Florida, because there is a St. Petersburg there, then Atlanta, Georgia, and then New York, New York. Like, I'm listing cities and then states in the United States. The comma has to go between the state and the capital and the state. So what are you left with to actually start the list? Well, again, you can either just list the first item, or if you need to put some emphasis on the particular items in a list, you can use a semicolon. Yeah, they make lists. The semicolon is exclusively to make lists. But the other thing that a semicolon can do is put together two dependent clauses, or an independent and a dependent clause, meaning for the layperson who doesn't know like the parts of the English language that well, a complete sentence and then an incomplete sentence. If you're going to put an incomplete sentence next to a complete sentence and you want them to both talk about the same thing, you need to use that semicolon. That's what that's there for. Whereas the M dash, which looks like this, that is an M dash. That is meant to... Usually you don't use an M dash unless you are trying to either signify something for dramatic effect, like the M dash, when you look at it in a written sentence, means you pause here, you take a breath, and then continue speaking. So that's how you would read it in literature. In prose, it could be used for a number of small things generally, and M dash is kind of like the same as using a semicolon, but it's not quite as strong. Oh, and people use the M dash wrong like all the time, myself included. I use it all the time when I'm wanting to emphasize like a couple of words in particular, even though that isn't quite exactly the correct use for an M dash. I mean, it isn't quite the right use for an M dash. People are being lazy with the language and or laissez-faire with it, like indifferent in their use of the language. I have sat here for 10 minutes and talked. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's my problem. It's not that Tuesday and Thursday were bad ideas, but I chose the wrong subject. That's, like I said, language is a universal culture. It brings people together. We can all sit and talk about the 50 ways in which to talk about apples, tomatoes, beans, or a piece of music. Those are the kinds of punctuation that almost no one uses. Also absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. Yes, I happen to practice with some more obscure punctuation, and so I kind of just know how to use it. But do you need to know what an M dash is? No, you don't. You can get by without it. But hello, what did I bump into? Is there a Yiga clan member nearby? There is. Oh, nope. If only I were rewarded for headshots like that. You know, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'm not quite at the correct one. It's probably like up there on the middle level somewhere. Can I get Yiga clan members to not be doing this for like 5 seconds? Thank you. Hey, Pickle Spickle, welcome on YouTube. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome on in. Been a little bit since I saw you last. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, and hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma, aka the world. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Just so I can get the bit of you are good. I'm glad to hear that, Pickle Schmickle. I am doing okay. We are winding down the last 100 Korok seeds. Real fun. This looks, oh no, these aren't drafts. This is sand pouring in. I'm dense. I'm not this dense. I swear. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm looking forward to the next cup of coffee I'm making. I came back from a client job like a week or so ago. Other than my hair being perhaps slightly too long and slightly too balding, nothing I can do about the balding part though. And despite that, all that, I'm personally doing fine. Thank you so much for asking. You came in on a rather interesting topic, and that is English punctuation. I was discussing with Michael DS on Twitch, like in the Twitch chat room and everything, about the various uses for semicolons and M dashes. Punctuation that almost nobody cares about. Okay, maybe it's up top. That's where when I'm thinking this Korok seed. That's where this is. It's up top. I'll be so glad to have put the Korok seeds behind us. Okay, so where is the Yiga clan hideout?
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
I'll answer these couple of comments on Twitch and YouTube, and then I gotta get into the shilling. I don't want to spend 5 minutes doing a shill after we come back from this, back from the next commercial break. Starting with Twitch, Michael DS says, can you already watch movies with Italian in them? With Italian subtitles, or have I not studied a lot yet? So this is the weird part, right? Like when I was practicing Italian in Duolingo, I got up to like lesson number 64. So, you know, I've gotten to learn about prepositions and how to ask a question in Italian and all that fun stuff. Like if I were to watch a movie with Italian subtitles, I could probably pick out about 40% of what's being spoken. Just because I'll know what the words mean, and as long as we're referring to languages in Western Europe, there's like a couple of cases where the orders of words are different, but we still speak in a left to right manner. So like we'll still start our sentences kind of the same way. So you can kind of pick out bits and pieces. But the last time I cracked open Duolingo was like a year and a half ago. And I like had to go back and brush up on the basics. And by the time I started doing that, well, I learned that Duolingo was going to start using AI to like outsource all of its workers and everything. And so I was like, nope, not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Can't make me. So, that's pretty much that. Pickle Schmickle on YouTube says, were you safe when all the weather hit you? You're talking like a Thursday, Friday of last week? Yeah, I was safe. mainly the thing that I was concerned about was the client's pets, but the clients that I happen to be doing house care for, they have some calming hemp tablets they give their dogs. You use like it's like weight dependent. They've got dogs of different sizes. Like the two dogs that are usually there with me, one of them can have one, and one of them can have two in a 24-hour sitting. So you just give them the hemp tablets, and within half an hour, like they're clingy, but they're not panicky, which is fine. Clingy, but not panicky. It's kind of the goal in like thunderstorm, like lightning storm weather. No tornadoes though, which was good. Other than that, yeah, was safe. Thank you for asking. That we still haven't really quite. I think this is one of the first days where we've kind of had uninterrupted sunshine. It's been raining sporadically on and off the rest of the 7-day period, but with any luck, there will be a few days of nice, clean sunshine. Michael DS says they have a 300-day strike in Duolingo. A 300-day streak. That took me a second. That's nice. Hey, keep up that streak as long as you're able to. If AI is not a concern to you, I hope you enjoy what you're getting out of Duolingo. If it's helping you with English or other languages, feel free. I was only mentioning my own thoughts regarding Duolingo. Now, unfortunately, I've run up the clock, so we will have to chill after we come back, but that won't take long. You guys know the spiel by now. 3-minute commercial breaks. I would find something to do during those 3 minutes, and I hope to see everybody after the commercial break is over. Pickle Schmickle says, you will be back later? Very well, good sir. I hope to see you back later, but if not, have a good rest of your day. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Nature hit me with one of her last-minute calls. And gentlemen, and I suppose ladies, and non-binary people, when nature calls, you answer. Period. Let me just double-check chat here. Both chats. No worries. I just had to, take a second and look at it again, Michael DS. That's all. You didn't do anything wrong. And Pickle Schmickle was the last person that said anything on YouTube, and they went to go do something. Okay. So, the shilling. I wanted to get this done before the break, but I guess we'll have to do it now. Of course, I'm appreciative for anybody just being here at all. I sincerely do mean that. I'll do this until I can't. I'll do this until, the government comes knocking on my door and says, stop that. But, until that point arrives, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going with streaming and everything. If you guys do feel like financially supporting me, know that that is never required. You guys being here is more than enough. And I'm always thankful for any subscriptions or any direct donations, bits, and so on. But if you do want to financially contribute, there are lots of avenues to do this. I'm not gonna point out too many of them or anything. Those are in the About Me section on Twitch, or they're in the description in the link tree on YouTube. Please feel free to fiddle around with the tabs and everything. But I would say that the best bang for your buck if you're on Twitch is a tier 1 subscription. Although your Prime Gaming that you get for free as part of having an Amazon account is a pretty close second. You just don't get to remove the ads or anything. That's the only downside of Prime. But you get everything else that comes along with Prime. I make sure of that. For $6 a month, or for free if you're already paying Amazon lots of money, you get access to a lot of really sweet goodies. Most of them are Discord derived, but for example, the pictures. I put up my thumbnails for the next video, or the next stream, either day of or after, or not after, but before I mint a video or put out a stream. Whereas the people that are just following or subscribed on YouTube, or following on Twitch and what have you, you guys will get a copy of the thumbnails that I make 24 hours after they do. Stuff like that. Your votes count more, and so on. And for you guys on YouTube, the best bang for your buck is going to be a Patreon or Coffee membership. Again, that's in the description in the link tree. There's really no need to go over any of that. Just reading should explain everything. But if not, feel free to come and ask me questions. I have no problem answering anything. I think I've done okay. Maybe 3 minutes instead of 5. I'll take it. Anyway, let's figure out where our next let's figure out where our next Korok seed is supposed to be. So we had that one over there. Now we're getting back into the mountain air, the highlands instead of the desert. So I know we're gonna be. So here's Carusa Valley. There's that one right there. So our next one is gonna be out this way, and we might as well go back to the tower in order to reach it. And I'll put a marker on it then. We have to update the seed count again. We are at 830, everybody. I've got a little sound cue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got a nice little sound cue for when we reach 900. don't blink or you'll miss it. Definitely don't blink or you'll miss it, but I can't wait. Is that, it's like here? I'm gonna put a pin toward the general location and go from there. I still can't believe, I think we've been doing a pretty good job of getting all the Korok seeds. There's like the one in Ankala we still have to get, but we can get that at the end. It's fine. We don't need the last seed to be in the wasteland or anything. We'll have explored it all by the time that happens anyway. Greetings, Rasby. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your little slice of terra firma? How good your projects, your presentations, your exams? And so I'm about to lose a heart of damage. Or a heart of health. We are we're doing our best to get all the Korok seeds. I think I've done a pretty good job of not missing any. That's mostly what we're here to do today. And like the 2 hours that we have been playing, we have gotten 22 of them so far. And if I keep up this pace, you know, we'll be done with it by tomorrow. So, not tomorrow, I'm sorry. That would be Saturday. Sometime on Monday. And of course, the sandstorm strikes again. Yeah, the sandstorms make navigating to things quite difficult. Not gonna lie. There's some way where I can kind of like spot where the pin is. I don't think so. Oh, we're actually like kind of here already. Kinda. What's the prize for collecting the seeds? We technically already got them. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up where exactly the seed is. Okay, makes sense. We'll do the shrine first. We technically already got it in the form of all of the weapon, armor, and not armor, I'm sorry. Weapon, bow, and shield slots. And we got the prize in air quotes at 455 Korok seeds. So we're literally just doing the not quite so worth it full completion thing. You could probably stop at like 455 or like 512 seeds, something along those lines. Absolutely wild ride. And a lot of the Korok seeds have been, you know, go pluck a random rock or something. There have to be like 300 plus Koroks that are all just lift a rock out of some random location. I feel 99% confident over a third of them are just find a random ass rock to pull out of the ground. Okay. So, like, what's the point of this? I see that we're trying to, like, conduct electricity, but is that really all there is to this? Okay, so there's, like, 2 different ones. Oh. No. Well, that's kind of stinky, but I suppose we at least have it, and I think now we can at least use magnesis for the rest. I don't... Oh, we actually already got all the chests in here, too. So really, I suppose the only, like, fake prize we're getting by doing all these Korok seeds, like getting the remaining 70, is just like an attaboy. You know, a pat on the back. You know, you did a good job. You did what a lot of people reasonably ought not do with this game. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you want all the weapon, bow, and shield slots, you'll only want... You only need, like, less than half. And you have your lion's share of what you want to do. At least 300 of them can be go pluck a rock. At least another, like, 100 or, like, 120 of them are toss a rock in a random hole. Play golf with boulders and put them in random holes. Roll snowballs and put them in random holes. And so on. You got 20 Korok seeds? Like, as in just 20? I mean, that's neat. You certainly don't need all of the weapon. You certainly don't need a lot of weapon, shield, and bow slots to complete the game. There are people that don't collect a single Korok seed. The thing is that the Koroks are all optional. You don't have to collect a single one of them. You can leave Hestu, you know, moping where he is too, near Kakariko Village, like on the path to Kakariko Village. Really? Is that what's happening? We can remove the pin. We don't need that now. You got him by chance, you know? That's perfectly valid. That is perfectly valid. Again, if you've got the basics or you've got like the fundamentals of combat down, and you're really conservative with when you use your weapons / you use your rune powers a lot, you get like real creative with them. You only need the, you know, 4 or 5 bow slots, the 5 shield slots, and like the 8 weapon slots in the base game. You really don't need any more than that. But boy, isn't it nice to have some extra weapons on standby. It's nice to be able to say, I've got 3 elemental rods available at all times. It's nice that I have a couple of sledgehammers to go mining with. Granted, that's not what my weapon selection looks like right now, but, you know, I have, like, various utility weapons I just keep around for those purposes. I definitely go out of my way to, like, farm the frost and shock weapons wherever I can possibly see them. Because I think having frost and shock weapons in Breath of the Wild is just good practice. Okay, so it's like the next one is also on this pile of bones. Now, what is this statue? Yeah, because you finished the game and stopped playing. That is totally fair. At the end of the day, what is this? Is this just like a random sword? This is just a random claymore stuck in a statue because the original scimitar must have been picked up or stolen by looters and Yiga clan members. Did you enjoy Breath of the Wild, Michael DS? Or were you like more like, meh, there were parts I liked, there were parts I disliked? Or did you play through the game and you hated it the whole time? I've had a couple of people in my personal life when we've talked or expressed a shared interest in a game, they were like, yeah, I played this. Has anyone ever heard of the phenomena of, like, doing something out of spite? You usually hear this in the context of what we call hate watching. Like, you hate something so much, you dislike something so much that you actively watch it out of spite and you like review bomb it, you leave nasty comments. That's usually like where this term gets the most amount of space. Is there are people who perhaps unwittingly pay these corporations a lot of money, but through hate watching. Wild stuff, to be sure, but I mean, people are allowed to do whatever they want with their time. I'm not going to sit and say that hate watching is not a valid thing or whatever. I'm only going to say, you know, why subject yourself to an experience that... Why subject yourself to an experience you don't need to subject yourself to, you know? You like the game but didn't want to do 100%? Totally valid. I 100% get that. Open world RPGs or action adventure games like this tend to have what I call an inverse play value. So it's not that games like Oblivion, like the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion or Skyrim don't have I need to put on a piece of armor or I'm gonna lose hearts all the time. Am I getting 2 Korok seeds or what? Why? Why is this pinwheel here? Hello? Hold on, that's not right. Or, it is right. The map says it's right. But, like, what? Weird. Usually pinwheels are for archery challenges. That's like the first I've seen, oh no. These 3 lumps, my senators and inductees. These 3 lumps to the left of the top left blue part of the cursor there. That's usually where some plants are. Now, what I want to know is, are these going to be apple trees? Are these going to be, you know, volt fruit, hydromelons? Like, what are we looking at exactly? I guess there's only one way to find out. What do we want to wear while we're out here? I'm not climbing some things, so we might as well wear the chicest stuff. Yeah, 100% in Breath of the Wild can be genuinely something that is not quite worth your time. And I guess to get back to what I was saying before, because the streamer brain thing definitely happened. I thought that was going to be a Lizalfos. There are these massive, larger-than-life action games and RPGs. It's not that they don't have high replay value, but the replay value is like so high or almost infinite as to be finite, if that's making sense. Like, how do I word this? To fully, like, beat the game, to fully beat the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion takes a lot of time to do. Most people don't do that because of just how intense this is. Now, I think this is correct. Let me just go ahead and shoot that away and not accidentally pluck the wrong one. How do I word this? You can only, you know, spend your time rolling up the character creation and leveling up and grinding and doing all that stuff over and over again. Like, we only have but one life to live, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people, and we should serve it with a shorter gameplay experience most of the time. We're gonna head down here because there is it's like right under here somewhere. There's like a shrine back that way. And there's also a, ooh, is that I don't think Lionels are out this way. Yeah, it's a Molduga. Okay, I've never actually fought a Molduga before. I guess this will be some interesting stuff. Let me go ahead and make sure I've caught up on comments here. Yeah, you've liked the game but didn't want to do it 100%. I believe I said that was valid. And then... Come this way, Sir Molduga. I'm gonna save just in case. And I don't want to even die of heat exhaustion out here. Ooh, that is a... All right. Okay, so how are we meant to defeat this? Just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and write out a lovely little command for this, because I've not fought a Molduga before. So, like, I can talk to people when they're greeting me, but I'm gonna have to spend some time figuring out what to do here. I'm pretty sure we want a bomb for this. Oh, it's the soft underbelly. Okay, got it. Okay. Guess we're kind of figuring some things out. What? Is this thing vulnerable to electricity? Interesting. I should have taken a picture of it. I'll have to do that next time. A sturdy fin obtained from a Molduga. It could be used to make elixirs, but there may be someone willing to trade for it. Molduga guts. A giant organ obtained from a Molduga. This invaluable ingredient is hard to come by, and its use is shrouded in mystery. Okay, so... what on earth? Impervious slamming 76 at TSC. What's going on with this? Well, I guess people need to be aware not to spam things. Like, just don't spam, like, 8 things and Seribot won't ban you. Not difficult. I guess that's one downside of having bots run moderation for you, is that if you don't set it up to account for certain levels of spam, it will ban people. Unfortunate. Okay. Let's, Ooh, and do we have one pin left? Red Dead Redemption, for example, you beat 2 times, and you will probably beat 1 more time at least. Nice. Okay, but, like, why, though? What's the deal with this? Is this a regular flame? Yeah, it can. Do you know the game? Red Dead Redemption 2? I've heard of it. I had friends. Oh, that's bad. Okay. I'm gonna have to pick. Oh, I know what we gotta do. Yep, I'm an idiot. I need to shoot. There's no time to carry that all the way over. I don't think you're going anywhere. Please don't let there be one at every single bloody corner. I would really hate that. Okay, and then we need to move, like, to one of these other ones so that... Yeah, there's one literally right there. I can see him. I have, like, familiarity with the game. I know it exists, but not much more than that. I know it's like a shooter or like a shooter and adventure, a third-person shooter type game. I know it's got like a pretty profound story and that lots of people like it, but that's really that is really about the extent of what I know. I've had, you know, virtual friends, like friends over voice comm that played the game and sung its praises, but not much. Not that like I said, passing familiarity. That's about what I know about Red Dead Redemption 2. Do you since you've beaten it 2 times, and you know you're at least gonna beat it a 3rd time, I'm gonna presume that game's pretty darn good, all things considered. This had better be... Yeah, thank you. I thought this would be a blessing shrine. So glad it is, too. Yes, yes. Thank you for telling me about your shrine. Just give me the reward, please. You recommend that I play it one day. I will bear that suggestion in mind. Of course, if you're on the Discord server, you're definitely more than welcome to leave a suggestion in the game suggestions channel. I'm like pretty sure. 1 second, I can confirm that for you. Yes, specifically under the content category in the game suggestions chat in the game suggestions channel. You can put that suggestion there, and I kind of like keep those in mind when issuing votes / figuring out what games I'd like to buy and so on. Just had to swap what the game display was for me momentarily. Thank goodness that doesn't affect anyone else's experience. Okay, and is that another Molduga out there? Yes, we need to I need to take a photo of the next Molduga. And I think completing the shrines will kind of like lessen the sandstorm. Also, I just missed how many Korok seeds. I think it was 834. 834. Yep. Good. But thank you for the recommendation, Michael DS. I appreciate it. Shooters are not exactly my forte, but I mean, I've played Mass Effect on the channel before, and that's a third-person shooter, so it's not totally out of my wheelhouse or anything, and they're similar kinds of games. It's just, you can insert less of yourself in Red Dead Redemption 2. It's like a set story, if I recall correctly. Okay, so there's like one, there's one like way, it's more cacti. Also, we are totally out of stamps, everybody. We are totally out of stamps. Oh, there's like, I don't want to get rid of that one. Oh, well, technically we can though, because we've already got the thing there. We can get rid of the minigame, like the minigame things notices, because I can just pull up the locations again. It's not a super big deal. We don't need to go find them. Like they're all in like very specific areas. Let me make sure I've gotten them all, and then we can get back to gaming. There's another one right there. Just giving this a nice once-over. It's sad, but only at the end. Yeah, I heard that the ending of the game and like some of the things you gotta do in there are like a real freaking gut punch. So I'll be prepared for Red Dead Redemption 2. Promise. You sent it there? Thank you. Thank you. I hope some of the content suggestions channels get regular use. Not that I need them to get regular use, but it would be nice if people put suggestions in there. That's what those particular kinds of channels are for. But I take input anywhere. Except when voting. Like, this isn't directed at anyone specific or anything. But here at CoinStamp, we vote on things. It's like a routine pastime of ours. It's like a core channel gimmick. Yeah, I don't even think about it. It's one of the membership perks is that if you are a patron, if you're a Patreon or a coffee member, that's what I was trying to say. I tried to merge words again. Or your Twitch subscriber, your votes count at double quantity. So if ever we vote on things, you know, I check for that stuff when we, I did take a picture of this, right? I did. You know, I check, you know, pretty much the day of who's got like a current membership and everything, and I count whoever's voted that is like a member or a subscriber. I check them twice. I make sure their votes count twice. We've voted on things like what next region in Breath of the Wild are we checking out, you know, which game are we playing next. like, I'm always willing to take suggestions, but the votes are the way that I use in order to give back to you guys and allow you to have to shape the stream more than a lot of other streamers, other content creators or entertainers would generally allow. That's just something I've noticed, and I like to think it's a pretty core gimmick of mine. I'm not the only person allowed to do it, of course, but we've got a whole system in place and everything, and you know, this is one of the only locations where you can participate in some glorified democracy and pay homage to my authority. You know, South Park references notwithstanding, that is. I definitely feel like people are begging for me to do this.
Oh, give it a rest.
And not do that anymore. But gotta have the fun somehow. And I guess I can use this time to, like, you know, talk about, like, the contents of the stream. Let's also maybe work our way towards the Molduga in that direction. I am generally an action-adventure RPG enthusiast. Like, that's in large part the arsenal of games I have developed over the years, I've cultivated over the years. Things ranging from Xenoblade Chronicles to, you know, Metroid Dread / Metroid Prime, like the Prime series, or you know, things like the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, or, you know, if I can help it, the remaster of Elder Scrolls 4. Really? How did you not freeze? That's weird. But whatever, I guess. Okay, so why there's a camp and there's a Molduga out that way? That's really weird. Give me just a second to, like, sort out this mess. Oh, I guess we do have the zooming bow. I guess I could keep this particular one for now. And we do have to wait for it to, like, pop up. Come on. And now it's cold all of us. Right, it is getting to be nighttime. Okay, gonna have to run around. Come on. Come back this way. There, got him. Really? Yikes. I need to not spend too much time. Oh, and if I'm not careful, I'm gonna die. Nice. Good lord. All right. Hey, we got the photo this time, so that's at least something. Oh, this thing... Oh, you know why I think this thing drops gear? I think it drops gear because this represents the warriors that it swallowed up. That's what I think. Ah, but give me the shield, man. Ah, so sad. Shoot. What do I want to do? I guess I could grab this shield. Yeah, it's probably better than the Daybreaker. And I'm sure just like other creatures in the Blood Moon, I'm pretty sure the, I'm pretty sure the Molduga come back. Okay. Yay for random encounters. Anyway, we can get rid of that pin now. Got... Oh, we never got it at the Great Fairy Fountain? All right. Sure, I guess. Guess what we can do is... I need to find where this particular shape is. So this is where we are. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't show up until we came in somewhere over here. Makes sense. What is everyone's favorite enemy in Breath of the Wild to fight? My personal favorite is the Lynels. I don't think you can really go wrong with the Lynels, but that's just me. I like the high stakes, high octane encounter. The Molduga, it's like I find the Molduga, at least the ones that I've fought so far, to be... There's no easy way to get a Molduga to pop out without taking damage. Oh my goodness. I couldn't get to the mic in time, so sorry about that. Welcome back, Bear Type. Good of you to join us again. We are, as you pointed out, we are in the midst of... We've got like 55 Koroks basically left to go. There's one. And there's the second one. You only ever saw one Molduga, but you weren't in Gerudo a whole bunch. Makes sense. I mean, the Gerudo Wasteland is kind of difficult to navigate, and it's kind of annoying more than anything. Constantly having to change out your gear so that you aren't hot or cold is kind of a lot to ask of someone. when the norm for the for the rest of Hyrule has been dress up for the weather, you're fine. But when the weather is changing like every 5 seconds, or you know, even when you dress for the weather, you know, you're still hot or cold and you need like a weapon afterwards. Yeah, it's a lot to ask of people. Really, truly is. Is there a lot of Koroks here? Like some Koroks in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, this is a good example, like you were just pointing out, of I'm pretty sure I know where next Korok is. Of Koroks being in the middle of nowhere. But a lot of them, if they weren't in the mountains, like on the outsides, they have been on top of rib cages of dead leviathans. We saw the resurgence of the rearrange the apple trees to all look the same puzzle, but this time it's volt fruit and cactuses. Nice. Same stuff, different day. Don't I have the running sand shoes? I do not. I've been meaning to do that quest. I'm just wanting to do it after I get the Korok seeds. Because it's like one of the... It's like among the stages of... I've got a method to my madness, I guess is what I should say. I've got a method to my madness. I find that it'll be easiest for me to just not have to worry about the about doing things in the wasteland too much if I just get it out of the way. Let me grab that other volt fruit. But I suppose if I get all the Koroks right, you know, if I do get all the Korok seeds, there's very little reason to be in the wasteland. If you say so. I'm no Korok expert. I just have an order that I'm doing things in. That's all. 837.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few
do you have this fairy?
moments.
It's 10,000 rupees. I did get the fairy. I had to go sell some stuff to get it, but we do got it. Miss Terra is you know, the white-haired elder fairy extraordinaire. And the area is complete with sand seals. Yeah, we have in fact been here. And I did already show off the very, very cursed level 4 cutscene. Do you get anything for getting all of them? Not per se. You don't get like a heart container or a piece of armor or anything, but you do get the ability to upgrade your armor to the maximum level when you get all the fairies. That's pretty much it. So in other words, is it particularly worth it? No. That's your last one, but you don't think you're in a rush to get it? You needn't worry about that. The only reason to do it would be for full completion, and as we've already discussed many times, as we have discussed many times on this channel, make sure I've got the right one. It is the 100% full completion experience is hardly worth anything for Breath of the Wild, and I'm sure the same will be said for Tears of the Kingdom as well when we get to that. Although maybe I could be proven wrong. I certainly wouldn't mind if it meant more, but You were thinking of doing Terrytown? It seems cool. We do intend on doing Terrytown. It's gonna take us some time, but it's just like I was saying about the desert running shoes or what have you. I mean, you get the poop and a thing of pictures that does nothing. Yes, you do get a whole lot of pictures that don't do anything. So, like I said, such is the 100% experience in this game, right? I know there's a Korok seed we've not gotten here yet. Where is this? Is it supposed to be the highest point on the skeleton or what? Oh, okay. I see what I need to do. In Tears of the Kingdom, I know you get a bunch of different looks for your glider. Oh my god. Ah. Yes, skins are better than nothing. Oh, but my god, that is an insulting that is an insulting thing to get for full completion. I mean, I truly hope that the next iteration of this particular sub-series, the Breath of the Wild series, that they learn lessons. You know, assuming people don't immolate Nintendo for $80, $90 games and that absolutely horrific clause in their service contract about bricking consoles. I think what that particular clause in the game, or in the contract, in like the end user license agreement, the EULA, Nintendo torched whatever goodwill they had built up with the Switches. Like it took them less than like 2 months, and they just torched it all. Gone. Bye. Just make sure. Okay, so we've got this, and then from here. Okay, so there's a sandstorm in that area, and that's why. Or the grounds just aren't named. Not 100% sure. Okay. Also, Hestu's poop got 4 lines in Tears of the Kingdom, and in Breath of the Wild it got 3. The math doesn't add up because it's 900 to 1K, but it's fine. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. We are back. Isn't it nice to not have any shilling to do during the final portions of the stream? We got a. Oh, so nice not to have to worry about that. Thank you for letting me. Thank you guys for letting me do things the way I do things here on my channel. On both of my channels. It's been. You guys have been an absolute joy. I enjoy, turning on the start streaming and start recording button. And I enjoy entertaining for you guys. I realize I'm not the most entertaining person in the world. I am no Markiplier. I am no Jacksepticeye. And my humor mostly consists of soundboards like this.
It's against the law.
Or... stuff like that, where I find some moment that I poke fun at things. I might occasionally crack a really good joke that has people laughing, but for the most part, people are usually laughing at my reactions to things, and that's fine. But I sincerely thank you guys for standing by me. I mean that. You feel like everyone has too much uncooked meat? Well, I mean, it's not... Okay, as far as uncooked meat is concerned, first, wording, like, at wording, second, meat dishes are not the most efficient thing to be cooking with in Breath of the Wild. They just aren't. You literally get more healing, you get less effect. It's fine if you need health. It's bad if you need... I don't know, a level 3 attack or defense boost or something. Then that meat is suddenly not going to help you anymore. Or it looks worse. Absolutely wild. What sends you into a laughing spiral? Were you laughing along for the bit there, bear type? Or was it the whip crack was it the seductive noise followed by the whip crack? Well, like, that noise is like comedy gold. If you're a warlock in World of Warcraft, and you use a succubus as your minion, you will hear that all day long. Even what's better is in World of Warcraft, that's an MMO for anyone that didn't, an MMO RPG for those that don't know. Just blanked what I was trying to say. Oh, right. The last time I played World of Warcraft, it was Dragonflight. And you know what they had the audacity / perhaps brilliance to do? It's not just succubuses anymore. They're incubi too. It's free. The gender change to go from succubus to incubus is free. Or it's like a minor quest and some money to like change it. It's like it's paltry. I think you might even be able to learn a spell to change the gender of your particular demon for free. And then you can hear those same whip cracks with like male moaning, which I will not go get the sound clip for, because otherwise people will even further think that I have gone rogue, or the stream has gone to the dogs. And people don't like male moaning very much. Female moaning, I guess not quite so problematic, but put the male moans next to the whips, and suddenly it's DEFCON 5. Let me go and catch back up on chat, and we can keep moving. So, at the sounds, makes sense. I'm glad you enjoy them, or at least find them funny. Did you get this message? I'm always trying to throw them on a fire. Afraid not. I'm trying to think in what that was in reference to. If it was like the MMO stuff, the typical thing I would hear is like, this thing is on cooldown. I need more mana because I spent many a year as a healer, and so I would always be running dry on mana, healing people's silly mistakes. If it's the other stuff, I don't know. Weird. You got it, but it didn't show on screen for the meat to cook it? Weird. And usually this game does a pretty good job of letting you know what you're supposed to be doing. Usually. Well, we've waxed poetic about succubus noises. Let's get back to let's get back to the hell that is the Gerudo Desert. Go ahead and break that. I'd like to save some room for a ice rod, though, because having ice rods in Breath of the Wild is particularly nice. For those that are like, man, I am critically low on Courser Bee honey. How can I get some? And I also don't want to have to shoot the bees or whatever. I don't want to have to deal with them. How can I go about... I will take a picture of that sand sparrow, thank you very much. Can you make your game master mode, or do you need to restart it? Because white Lionels aren't too hard now. I have to beat the game first in order for me to get New Game Plus, which is what master mode is. And once you've beaten the game once, you can then... Where am I heading? I'm heading in like a really weird direction. But the condition for master mode is you need to have beaten the game on normal at least once, and then you're good to go into master mode at any other subsequent time. Now, I've contemplated doing Breath of the Wild on master mode, but if I'm being honest, and you guys can give me a head check on this, no need to restart it, no. Once you've beaten the game once on normal, any subsequent file you make, you can choose between normal or master. If I recall correctly, that should be how it works. I don't think master mode adds enough to the game. Like, yeah, I might want to, like... Hello. Well, time to focus up. Where's the thing? All right. Okay, I know he's gonna do the thing. Never mind. Need to keep this bond between me and this Molduga. You don't think you've ever used an ancient arrow on anything besides Ganon? That's fair. You really don't need to do that. Shield parrying is more than sufficient for most encounters with Guardians. And like the flying ones, I think the flying ones make a compelling case to use ancient arrows. Because those are the most annoying to get a shield parry on. But that's my personal experience. If you have easy ways to, tackle the, flying Guardians, then do that. But if I were to recommend, you know, if I were to recommend to a newcomer, where would I use the ancient arrows outside of like Ganon or, you know, dealing with specific challenges? Flying Guardians are by far the big, like the fighting Guardians. I'm trying to figure out how I wanted to word this. The biggest benefit that ancient arrows will have for you outside of Ganon will be when you're fighting the flying Guardians, the Sky Watchers. I'm pretty sure is what they're called. Okay, how many more Gerudo weapons do we have?
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Still hot somehow? Yeah, that's still not enough. Wow, that is wild. Let me make sure I've not missed chat somewhere. Barely? Yeah, it's just barely not enough, huh? Where is it? Where is it? I had a sound effect. Classic pun. Oh, you made yours green too with the coloring? Yeah, it's a pretty nice color. It looks really good on the Vi set. I think we're gonna have to go back and cook some things before the next stream. I should be okay. We can eat some stuff up in the meantime, but this is starting to get a little bit old. There are 2 bows? Really? Alright, well, goodbye to the lethal bow. We can just get the royal bow. Well, it's like gemstones. Yeah, it's very bedazzled, very speckled. It's very pretty. The Gerudo love their colorful fabrics and their jewelry. Which, to be honest, if there was any society, assuming that Gerudo would become more male-centric or a little bit less female-centric over time, I would love to live among their people and wear kind of the things they're wearing. I like the colorful fabrics and like the abundant amounts of jewelry. The heat would suck, but I think, yeah, there's the Arbiter's Ground. So we got like that there, and then I think here is where the Korok seed is. If you got a 50 power bow, should you still keep one with only 15 power and 3 times? So the bow in that slot's like a forest archer bow. Is it a wooden one by chance? If so, while keeping it for power is not like, you're certainly losing in the power department. If there are other properties, yeah, like the wood, exactly. Keeping it for when you're out in Akala or when you're otherwise dealing with lightning storms is not a bad call. Of course, you know, if you get an ancient bow, that would also work, because I'm pretty sure that doesn't conduct electricity either. But if you're not at the point where you can readily get ancient gear, having a wooden bow is nice. And especially if it's the 3-shot one. Yeah, that's one of the better ones you could be having access to. Okay, so next one is like out this way. I'm gonna put a pin for that. And I think we're gonna fight one more Molduga while we're trying to go over in that general direction. Did you get my message after the wood bow? Yeah, I did. Or wait, no. The last message was, yeah, the wooden one. You got a bunch of them. And I then went on to talk about, the reasons why you would keep a wooden bow with that little power on it, and how the multi-shot forest dweller bow is really nice. But if there was a message after, yeah, wooden one, I got a bunch of them. No, I did not see that one. And that's me double checking like the YouTube chat specifically. Why, did you say something else beyond that? I gotta be careful. I'm running out of provisions real quick. I'm just gonna leave that Lizalfos alone. Yeah, it just doesn't come to you. I don't know why. That's weird. Let me check the live panel and see if the message is there. And if it is, then I'll have to figure out what's going wrong with Social Stream Ninja. Nope, the live panel is going to make me sign in, and that's going to screw up everything. Okay, no, I'm not hallucinating. No, I've been getting all your messages. That's gonna make me paranoid now. Well, show up on whichever platform you feel like would service you better. If that's Twitch, so be it. If it's YouTube, so be it. I'd like to think both platforms are good, either way, but everyone's going to end up with a preference at some point in this environment. All right, Mr. Molduga. Where are ya? No, he's out here somewhere. You always mess up to write Twitch. Oh. Do you usually leave off a W or something? That's what I would think of. Or like an extra T somewhere. Alright, I found the Molduga. Let's go kill it. I do TWT fast, so the I comes after. Makes sense. Okay, I need to get food in me like hella fast or I'm dying. Oh, this Molduga doesn't like the Lizalfos very much. I need to be careful. Really? Thanks, Mr. Lizalthos. Really appreciate that one. The Molduga reminds me of the Tears of the Kingdom frog thing in the depth. Oh, that sounds like joy. The only time I fought frogs would be in the nice forked boomerang. There is this boss in Dark Souls 2 called the... Pretty sure this would be the next one to drop. It's the Demon of Song. That took me a second. Where it's a frog demon, and a skull is inside of its mouth, and it'll often attack by pulling the top part of its head back to reveal the skull. And it'll use the noxious tongue to, you know, inflict you with poison and deal pretty significant chunks of damage if it doesn't try to hop on you or, you know, spit corrosive poison at you. Demon of Song isn't a particularly hard frog boss, but you can die if you don't, you know, keep your health up and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and put a marker here. You got such powerful shields? Thanks. And they get the most use when I'm shield surfing. Oh, thank goodness. It's nice that the weather is actually cool in the oasis. Where is it? Where is that balloon? It's like right up here. Nice. Just by looks. I guess, yeah, I guess that sounds like a fun boss. It sounds like I get to look forward to a whole bunch of nonsense later.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Thank you very much for the posture redemption. I will sit up straight now for 5 minutes. And for anyone who is looking to redeem similar things for themselves, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of the chat panel, there should be a symbol or a diamond symbol. That's for where the Twitch rewards, Twitch channel rewards are. Anything in pink that is 50 points is for the soundboard. Anything in purple is making me do something. Anything in black is removing or is like a native Twitch command. So like a native reward to Twitch is always being able to highlight the message. Like you can just always do that. So I have the ones strictly, I have ones that are strictly, Twitch always has them, they're in black. Those are the 3 color codes. Oh no, what did I do? You didn't do anything wrong. No, I prefer when people use the channel points. You did nothing wrong, I promise. It's just the ones in purple do something extra. And I think the posture check is the one that is both 50 points and it's purple. It's like one of the only ones that's like as cheap as the soundboard redeems. You probably meant, if you were like, I thought it was a different color or something, you probably meant to pick like this one, for example.
Sex.
You probably meant to pick one of the ones that was nearby. That's what your sentence makes me think of. But if you meant to pick that, pick the posture redeem and you just weren't sure what it did, well, now you know. Not that you guys can much tell that I'm sitting up straight, but I am sitting up straight. If I were slouching, it would be kind of like that. Yeah, I think I could pretty clearly indicate that I'm sitting up straight. Let's go ahead and get all that. No, you wanted this because it was the only different color one? At least it's good for me? Too true. Too true. Fair enough. Oh, are these zap shrooms? Yeah, they are. Wow, you I know that spicy peppers are like regularly a thing, but I didn't think the zap shrooms were also a thing. I'm wanting to do something, and that is maybe head up north. What it looks like. Okay, I was just making sure. Did anyone ever get the 200k VIP one? Nope. You could be the first. That's a lot of watch hours. And of course, as an aside, and perhaps a really tiny subshell, if you guys are subscribed on Twitch, whether Prime or otherwise, nope, that's not at all what I'm looking to do. What am I reviewing requests for? Hold on, I gotta look at something. Hang on. Oh, that's what's going on. I have to mark this as complete when it's finished. I mean, you need about 198,370 points. And for those that are wondering, what the heck does VIP do? VIP on Twitch means if there's a slow mode, you can talk kind of at normal rate. If there's an emote only mode for whatever reason, if I were to turn that on, you could still talk in emote only mode. There are a few other things that VIP mode does, but for the most part, it's like there's like a sound clip associated. Yep. As long as you have the VIP role, I can take it away. But VIP is kind of meant to be like this huge reward thing. Like, oh, you've been a regular viewer for a long time. You've been an avid watcher. VIP is meant to be an extra bonus. It says, you're a regular. You're here, you're supportive. You can talk when emotes are on. Do you know how many watch hours that is? Let's see. Typically, you guys make 220 channel points every 5 minutes. I think that's the average. Let me look at something here. So 220 times 20, and then multiply that. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. No, I know the mathematical operations. I'm trying to instruct people. Let me do some math for a second. And also the timer for sitting up has fizzled, so I will go ahead and whip out the calculator and relax with where I'm sitting. Okay, so using my handy dandy calculator app on my computer, it costs 200,000 channel points to redeem. And from what I've been told through like the automatic analytics I get through Twitch, you guys make 220 channel points about every 5 minutes or about every hour. Now both those numbers are wrong. So if I take 200k and divide it by 220, if it's 220 an hour, that's way worse. Hold on. Twitch gives me a number for this, and that's the number I'm trying to use. Let me try making a new channel reward, and because I know Firebot also. Okay. Yes, it's 220 points per hour on average if all you do is watch. So like the base rate is 220 every hour. If you are a subscriber, you get double that. Or if you're if you're a tier 1 subscriber, you get 20%, whereas if you're a tier 3 subscriber, you get double. So $2.20 every hour. Let's see. So if I were to trying to figure out how to put this into points. So no, I would take 220 and divide it by 900. That's what would need to happen. Okay. Sorry. This is taking a long time to figure out. So 200,000 divided by 220 per hour. So that's 909 watch hours. Which if I were to divide that by 24, that's 37 days of watch hours. And then if I were to divide that again by 7, yes, 5.5 weeks of watch time. Assuming that you're consistent, that that is the basal rate. So if you're a subscriber, if you're a tier 1 subscriber, you cut that down by 1/5. If you're a tier 3 subscriber, which I don't recommend, it's $25 for a thank you gift at most, you would cut that time in half. I put it up quite high to keep the volume of VIP statuses down, and I've got like a really bombastic sound effect to go with it. So it's not super I don't want it to be super disruptive, is what it is. And from looking it up on other channels, the rate or the price of VIP can be anywhere between 30K and like $1 million. And why might VIP be 30K? Yes, sir. Thank you for doing the precise math. So if you guys are avid watchers for 5 weeks and 3 days, then you too will get the lovely privilege of being a VIP. I don't usually run emote only mode, so how many times I'm live a week? Currently 3. And so of course we have to cut that. We have to multiply that by, how much time I'm live per week less than someone else. So you guys only get if I'm live only 3 out of 7 days a week currently. Yeah, that is totally fair. Getting VIP is like getting Hestu's gift. Not worth it. I agree. It's more to show that you did it. Precisely. I'm open to changing the number on it so it's like reasonable, like more reasonable. But the idea with VIP is that I wouldn't just pull it out from under you and say you don't have it. Like when I see the VIP rates at 30K on some channels, VIP is kind of like a slip-on badge. You wear it, and at the end of the day, it's taken off you. I don't think that's a very good way of managing the VIP status on channels that do use emote-only mode a lot more. On the other hand, the 1 million is kind of like you're intended to be a tier 3 subscriber, such that if you ever lose your subscriber status for any reason, the VIP badge will get you some benefits. It's like a loss protection status more than anything. Is it worth it? No. I don't even think it's worth it at 30K, if I'm being honest. But again, if I don't make it a reasonably high price, it is disruptive to the stream. I'm thinking about it. I'm always thinking about stuff like this. I'll run some numbers and do some research. If you're live about 12 hours a week, it would take you a year and 5.4 months. Wow, that is a harsh turnover rate. Yeah. Although, I am thinking of being live 5 days a week and taking the weekends off. That was what the whole Tuesday, Thursday thing was for. Kind of get my feet wet doing something else, 1, and 2, kind of a content experiment. So if I'm live 5 days a week, I still don't think that's particularly worth it at 200K, but Also, I'm kind of at that point right now. I think I can swing 5 because I am not recording all that bunch. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into this. I'll think about what the amount of points should be. Especially now that you've put some math into perspective for me, Bear Type. Again, thank you. I appreciate the input. Some people did the Fox say it's the 10K one. Yes. Making me not say certain words for 5 minutes is the 10K one. And that requires a chat. There will be a chat prompt. You can't... If you submit it blank, then there's not much I can do with that. So it's... I kind of expect people to type into the prompt before they just drop 10K on something. And a lot of people like to make me not say the word I or the. That's like the other really common one. A lot of people like making me speak in third person for whatever reason, because it's like the funniest thing since sliced bread. I guess if you want examples of where the not making me say certain things for 5 minutes is super funny, you should check out a man by the name of Point Crow. Point Crow is a YouTuber that routinely does some things like this in his live stream. It's usually pretty funny when he does it, because people come up with the weirdest things for him not to say. Sometimes it's like a breath of fresh air, and other times it's like hell on earth. I'm pretty sure it's this rock up here. I'm sorry, we just spent like 20 minutes talking about channel point rewards. I'm sorry to everybody involved. When I'm thinking hard about something, I tend to drop what I'm doing a lot. We probably lost like 8 Koroks in the process of me doing all that gabbing. Okay, so we've got the Southern Oasis. Where's the next one? Interesting. Did we get the one over this way? We did. Okay. So what's the next one then? Over here? Sure. Let's work back then. And maybe we can get some shrines on the way. 8 Gerudo Koroks, 20 Great Plateau ones, if you had, because they are super close together. Yep. 841. Okay. Can go ahead and tick that up for everybody. Think I got the correct number. Yep, sure did. Good. But I do think I got more Koroks today than I usually do. With any luck, we'll get the remainder of them Monday, because I'm currently taking weekends off and everything. So I can, hang out with friends and do a whole bunch of other stuff. We're supposed to be doing a tabletop this weekend at my sibling's place. That's going to be a fun time. I'm currently playing in the Avatar: The Last Airbender tabletop role-playing game. And we're in the Roku era. One of the friends in the friend group is DMing, and I'm an airbender. I'm like the anti-stereotype for an airbender, which has been loads of fun to play. It has also pointed out many of my ineptitudes with speaking to people. And my speech has generally gotten worse over the years. And that I definitely feel like I need to take some communications courses and everything. Like retake them. Just making sure I know where I'm supposed to be headed. Okay. So there's the flower. Let me try to, like, not make a whole bunch of noise. Where'd the next one go? There we go. Up there. I was worried I was gonna screw this up. It's nice that that's not the case. Oh, I really do want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I think we've had some fun conversations. Oh. 8:43. Oh, let me help you out there. Like that. I hope that makes more sense than me trying to, like, describe that app, that, like, describe that in words. Yeah, exactly. There you go. If you want to increment the counter, you can, type in !seed grow instead, all one word. Let me put these in the... Thank you, Bear Type. I much appreciate that. The command, I thought I would put those commands in there in case everybody wanted to help out with that. Or, you know, people can be trolls if they prefer. Their choice. I can always set the counter back to where it's supposed to be, and nothing will have really changed. But I think a lot of people are going to opt to be helpful, and I'm perfectly happy with that. We're heading over there because there is a shrine quest out that way. And I think that would be a great way to conclude today's episode. What is underneath there? Are you serious right now? Man, the living and the dead all want to come after me during these last few minutes. They are really determined to not let me do any of this today. Oh, that was that was longer than a country mile. Okay, let me not go over that way. Is that a tank emoji? Let me pop open the Twitch chat so I can look at that. It's a meme. It's the most unused emoji, so people are spamming it. Oh, it's definitely the 7TV function, right? Because I don't think I've seen that anywhere except, you know, lurking in the back of the 7TV function somewhere. Let's try to get here. We've got we have 12 minutes ticking down, and I hope this quest that we're headed toward is not particularly difficult. I hope to God it's not. Lock in. Oh boy. Yep, I'm gonna lock in. If people want me to not blab for 5 minutes, there's a channel redemption for that as well. It's called Destroy My Commentary. Puts a timer on the screen and everything. All right, ladies, talk to me. Can I have a picture of you? There we are. What do you want? The great Tally doesn't have time to chat with just anyone. You see, now that the Divine Beast is gone, we can finally use the race course. Tally is busy focusing her energy for the Sand Seal race. Actually, did you want to try to beat Tally's record? I'll warn you, they don't call her the Dame of the Dunes for nothing. Oh, it's this. This is the second last shrine before beating Ganon. Pretty cool one. Oh, I see. Sounds like there's going to be some fun, huh? Hey now, Tally is Tally. Tally is the Sand Seal Racing World Champion. Who else would Tally be? Now we ride. Now that the Divine Beast is gone, we can take the seals out again. I doubt anyone in the world can beat Tally's time, though. Who are you, though? If you must know, I'm the one who raised Tally into a world champion. She's always been shy, but for some reason she's opened up to me. Isn't that right, Tally? You're so funny, Tally. Sand Seal Race? You've never heard of Hyrule's pastime? No, because you people are on the outskirts of the desert. Of course not. Of course I've never heard. Also, I've never been here. The world-famous Sand Seal Racing? I thought everyone knew about it. Isn't that shocking, Tally? Tally is like the definition of like a Gerudo stoic woman. Someone ought to ask her or tell to her.
Spill it, boy.
Someone ought to make her talk. I don't know. You surf with a sand seal and race to the finish line while also going through the arches. That's Sand Seal Racing. And if you get off your shield or leave the course bounds, you're disqualified. Tally's record is 1 minute and 30 seconds. If you can beat that record, that trophy is yours. This is the grand trophy that's been passed down by 10,000 years of Sand Seal Racing champions. Tally here is the current champion. Will you try challenging her record? Sure. I'm not very good at this, but maybe we can get better. I forgot to mention, since you're racing against the champ's record, it's 50 rupees per race. Oh, we got, 20 times to do this. All right, payday. Enough talk. Let's begin. What a steal in the day, am I right? What? A challenger has appeared to take on the Gerudo Sand Seal race. Apparently one who does not mind risking life and limb. What am I in a coliseum? But will our current record fall? The one set by our undefeated champion? The incomparable beast of the desert, the Sand Seal, is ready to ride. Can our new contestant reach the goal in less than 1 minute and 30 seconds while still passing under every arch? The suspense is killing me. I'm going to start the countdown. Right, remember, I'm controlling the seal. And I think it's got to be as straightforward as just minding the arches. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty. I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, there's definitely no way I make this in a minute and 30. Absolutely not. Now with these rocks every which way. You almost have to, like, mash A? Almost. Like, you can kind of tell when the speed's starting to slow, but... I mean, we beat the record, but did we hit all the arches? It's a new record. Did we hit all the arches? That's the thing I'm concerned about. Now that we got the time. Thank you for the cheer.
Oh.
Perfect. Perfect. I believe this belongs to you. This trophy is something special, you know. Our champions have passed down a legend about it for 10,000 years. The legend goes, when the holy jewel is offered unto the pedestal, the chosen one will be granted a new power. But that power has never been granted to anyone. Not even to me, obviously. And yet, I sense a power emanating from you. The likes of which I have never felt in anyone else. You should give it a shot. And so, a new champion is born. This cutscene gave me Terrytown wedding flashbacks. I wouldn't say those are odd. If they're odd to you, then they're odd to you. But I don't find them odd. Oh, that was fun. Okay, I was like, you mean not flashback? Well, it was a memory you experienced, right? Like, that is a flashback. I definitely feel like we've like crossed wires in communication somewhere. It's fine. The overall part is you've got the correct word in your sights. That's the important part. No worries. Maybe deja vu? Perhaps. I think flashback is like the more correct word, because something is triggering a memory within you, but you yourself are not part of the trigger. Whereas if you do something, that is typically what deja vu is reserved for. There's nothing wrong with what you used. I'm kind of using this as a springboard to talk about language. You know what I mean? And deja vu is kind of a loan word in English anyway. It's a loan phrase. So there's no real wrong way to use it. What did we get for our efforts? Really? Really? Wow. What a prize. I sure felt like I won something. At least the shrine was worth it. And at least it wasn't that hard. So valuable.
Gee, this is uplifting.
I think we'll be relatively close to getting the other 57 Korok seeds. We know one of them is in Akala, waiting for us to not have a lightning storm in the process. And so the other 56 of them have to be here. If not, you know, we're going to be scouring over God's green earth, Hylia's green ground to try to get it. I'm trying to get the Korok seed count again. That's what I missed. It's 842. Oh, we're over by 1. Okay, seed shrink. Let's just fix that. Yes, I don't need to be here. Thanks. Okay, so make that 58 Korok seeds. And one of them is in Akala. That we know for sure. We know for sure it's there. We're reaching the part where we only have side quests, DLC, and... Oh, well, you put the... You triggered the sound effect. Okay. Well, that was anticlimactic. And just check that there's a limit. Yep, I made sure the limit was set to 900. I'll go ahead and set that back where it should be. Thank you for being helpful, Bear Type. Much appreciated. Well, that was fun. I will see you. No problem. You're having fun with the command. I put it there, you know, so people can play around with it. If people wanted to sit there and wait every 20 seconds to spam the sound, I'm totally fine with this. That's the having a nice dopamine button is half of the reason why it's there. No, it's not a surprise at all. But I appreciate that you're being so mindful, Bear Type. I really do. We'll pick this back up on Monday. That'll give me some time to kind of, you know, hang with friends, detox, think about what next Tuesday and Thursday are going to be, if anything. Because I am going to make the move to streaming all 5 days of a business week. What I don't know is if they're going to be Breath of the Wild or if they're going to be this side project that I have plans for. Oh, man. But that is the plan to come back on. And there is a 10-second cooldown on that, so people can't just spam without some level of coordination, so just bear that in mind. Before we leave for today, or before we part ways, I would like to go have dinner, so I am going to shout out some streamers, and then I'll do the outro. So if you guys are on Twitch and want some content creators to check out, there is a pair of them that I will recommend as part of a single shout out. Their names are Squillakilla and Cheese Whiz. They are doing a co-op seamless Dark Souls remastered seamless co-op no-hit run routing. Like, they're gonna do the no-hit run together, which is like unprecedented territory. They're both Canadian. Their streams are super chill. They're really nice people. Their audiences are pretty big. Yeah, No Hit is awesome. I'll go ahead and put their names in the chat now. As for the other person that we will be throwing in, let's see if I'm pretty sure a Twitch associate of mine is still streaming. He's an old friend of mine. I just wish I could be a part of his streams more often. Oh, they are big. They're live right now. Yes, sir. And apparently this other person that I was talking about is not live. So instead, I'm going to recommend, if you guys want to see Final Fantasy content, there is a dude by the name of One Winged Angel. He is playing through the Final Fantasy VII Remake. So that's like the first part of Final Fantasy VII. Really cool. Final Fantasy VII is one of the remakes I've kind of been keeping my eyes on, but your poor boy can't afford much of anything currently. And he's saving his money for a US passport, if nothing else. But go check out One Winged Angel. I think it'll be a fun time for everyone involved. You got lots of stuff to choose from. And I believe that's gonna do it. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. We stream Breath of the Wild, and we'll probably start streaming it all 5 business days of the week. Hooray! Because that's what the experiment this week has told me, if nothing else. Because experiments in content on Twitch are very dangerous. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. My lovely senators and inductees. Do stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be on my Discord or, in my Twitter/X and Blue Sky feeds. Wherever fits your fancy, you are more than welcome to hang with me and tell me what bothers you. I'm not a therapist, but I will do my best to listen, because we all need an ear in this dark, dire world. And with that, take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees, and goodbye.